Hello, hello, hello. How we doing? We're back with some Takedown rounds. Hey Jack, how you doing? Hey Skirt. You for the 30 bits. Hey Schizo, hey Rock. We lobotomized cash yet. Not allowed. 3 more nerfs to Rafa. So I was just checking the tier list on the site. This site. Not updated yet. But I have just spotted Sharkbait, which I hadn't put in before. So that can go in. Is Sharkbait the worst pearl? I think it's better than Soul Survivor, but like, barely. Hey Joker, how you doing? You reckon it's better than the Abyss? I rate the Abyss. I don't think the Abyss is terrible. I don't think I'm bringing the Abyss down. It would Sharkbait that go back up. So Sharkbait, bait ahead of Light Gun, Chaosan, Disky, Clover. I guess that's potential. You can make Sharkbait work. It's just not good. Alright, thank you. Tired. I had to wake up early today, and I did not get as much sleep as I wanted. All I wanna do is sleep. The thing is, like, looking at this list, the gap between this gun and, like, this gun is very small. But the gap between this gun and this gun just feels much larger. It's like everything up here is just kind of clumped together, and then the gaps just widen as you get worse and worse and worse. I set out the pubert gun. The fucking what gun? What did you just say to me? Oh, Fishwood. Not properly. Everything about it just disappoints. Numerically, it's just not good. I feel like any time you put something together that makes Fishwood okay, like, anything else would have worked. An unlisted effect. What does the unlisted effect do? Did Sloppenheimer get nerfed? No. But Amp is a mult. So, like, if you don't have the mult, then that's just how much damage you're going to lose. So if you don't have a 100% Amp shield, then your build will do half damage. Simple as. Styling is hot garbage. It's alright. It does good damage. The DPS on it is high. It's just awkward to use. On hit, spawn fish that slowly home in on enemies. They deal the exact damage to the bullet for them. Okay, so what you're saying is the fish ward essentially does twice as much damage as what it says on card. How's Queen's Rest? Queen's Rest is alright. It's pretty decent. It's probably one of the better sticky weapons in the game. Ooh, that said, I haven't actually tested the hand cannon since the multi-pellet change. I always use multi-pellet hand cannons, so that's probably a bit worse now. But Queen's Rest never had that problem. So, like, all of the sticky changes never really affected Queen's Rest, so, like, Queen's Rest is alright. Weekend! Nice one. How am I? I'm alright, thank you. Right, I gotta get some platinums. So far, I have Green Tree Harlow with Heavy Ordnance. Green Tree Amon with Crucible. Blue Tree Amon with Heavy Ordnance. That one feels a bit cheaty though, because I don't use the Blue Tree action skill. Red Tree Rafa with Cannons. And Green Tree Rafa with Knives. Hey Wicked, how you doing? Hello, hello. Hey Basha, how you doing? Hello, hello. Alright, I'm gonna quickly change my primary. To go double spunky. My little sister shield. We'll try this out. Definitely use lands. Well, I'm gonna have to use lands, because that'll be the Blue Tree Rafa. Oh, I've just gastabated already. Jesus. I put on the extra spunky part, and I've already gastabated. Randy disapproves. Right, so far this is proving to be one of the more difficult platinums, but I think it's possible with the Little Sister Shield. I guess we just kind of go for it and hope we win. My Beam Tosser is bad, but I don't think it really matters. I don't use it. It's mainly just Crowsword. Legendaries. We got a Hoarder and a Kaleidosplode. We got to do a platinum with every single legendary in the game. Starting with Crowsource and ending with Kaleidosplode. Look here, the best gun in the game versus the worst gun in the game. Alright, attempt numero 1. We'll see how many attempts this takes. Little Sister's 30% per thingy, right? Scaling with broken... Oh, so 15, 30. Damn. That's less interesting. Sweet Embrace is good.
What is happening with your face area?
So because Little Sister does its effect on gun damage instances,
Don't look now.
it should work with Spectres and Spectre damage.
Want a nice freak?
I'm not getting shot enough. I need to be less damage avoidant. Okay, this enemy stop zipping back and forth.
It's misery, baby. I win.
Okay, the AI have tilted me this wrong. Yesterday's just test run with Little Sister went so much better than that. What changed? I mean, what happened was his enemies kept running behind walls. And when I would go the other way, they would just run back behind. How do I feel out the abyss? I think it's alright. Could maybe do with a little bit more oomph given the downside of its ability, but it hits hard. Not move or facing walls? Well, I'd rather they not move. They're actively running away.
Your existence has been revoked. Consume them, my friend.
That's unfortunate.
Here to slay.
He dodged into my, into my Spectre. What is happening? This is gonna be the most difficult one. This is gonna be the most difficult one.
Good call on the restart.
You summon your action skill for it, immediately get deleted off the earth. You got enemies like trying to climb inside the walls. I'm kind of tempted. It's a bit cheesy, but running a slightly lower level Little Sister, just so it's easier for enemies to break it. This fish, fuck off. How's I doing? Miracle my Spectre survived. When you Reaper playthrough, just got to UVHC, you think it's time to completely leave Reapers and use Sunspark configuration. Classic. By trouble in combat just doesn't feel good. Well, an issue you'll have is trouble dying. That's the problem with the trouble side of the config build, is you got trouble dying and you lose a little bit of player interactivity in no longer harass-specking. New wish to the takedown was a big ammo problem. I would imagine it would have an ammo issue. I'm sure you could bullshit your way through it with a lot of effort like Rafa can, but it wouldn't be something I would recommend. Getting 2 desired walls on a weapon is insanely difficult. Oh, it is. It makes farming in this game miserable. I do not enjoy farming in Borderlands 4 at all. There's a perfect example of gas debate actually ruining. Put down a Spectre, then I immediately gas the bait. And override my Spectre. No! Stay away from the Spectre! Plenty of ammo left. Specialization level. On this character, it's like 100 and some. Most of my characters are around 100 to 110. My lesser used ones in like the 90s. As long as you get the perks, that's the main thing that's important with specializations. The stats themselves don't do much after that. So unless you got a build that wants like ordnance damage and skill damage. Most builds aren't too hungry. Why are we still spawning back here? Stop. Bro's just like staring into a cave.
Nice try.
Don't instantly kill yourself, damn it. I'm gonna unspec gas debate. It's just being a detriment. We're still getting spawns? Stats help incrementally. In practice, really not that much. If you think like 50 specialization ranks is barely going to give you, say, 10% overall damage. That's nothing. That's one gun part. You just need the perks. Shotgun ammo. Do I look like I need shotgun ammo? Three minutes. That's not going to be enough.
Resistance is tedious. Stand and deliver your souls. For you.
Damn it. No.
Now you're in trouble.
About 30 seconds off. And you know what sucks? The biggest optimization for me right now, in terms of, like, outside the run, is an optimized element on my crow-sourced. How the hell am I gonna be like, hey guys, Here's a platinum run of Spectres. What you're gonna need is a God-rolled Crow Source with the correct element override. And that's a thing you need. Gastarbate Ordnance Trick. Gastarbate has got over a minute cooldown. Just for him to instantly die. And that's like only if you can Gastarbate in the right opportunity points. Like, this is a long encounter. What element do you want? Probably corrosive. So let's quickly grab one of them. No, it's gotta be platinum. Gotta be platinum. 20. Gotta be 20. Hardcore is the easy way out. I could also get weapon type bonuses on my enhancement, but that just feels a bit too ridiculous. Let's try corrosive override. That should be a little bit better. My fire crow source is fire rate instead of damage parts, but that's fine. I'll just swap to it at the end. I won't investigate lower level Little Sister yet. Living Weapon, I think that's fine. I'm considering Enrage on an AF-1000. Can the fish boss drop the class mods? I don't believe so. Would fire rate on class mod enhancement help? Well, I feel like gun crit chance should be better because getting 9 stacks of kill skills is actually difficult, even with Spectres and a Crow Source. Fire rate on a class mod won't help charge speed. Fire rate on enhancement does. Now, I've got general gun bonuses here. I could swap these for assault rifle specific bonuses. That is something I could do, which would give me a bump in power, and might even give me an extra burst. But like, that's getting to realms of just pure silly RNG. Like, my rep kit I'm not really using. Living weapon rolls, okay, you can muck around with them. Little sister passives don't really matter that much. A perfect crow source is very silly, but a crow source is a crow source. Getting to the point where we're like getting 3 assault rifle passives on an enhancement, just that's a step too far for, I think, but maybe I have to. The build is Green Treatle Mortal Terror. That's basically a must because it's living weapon, and well, you can't really optimize anything else in here. That's all perfect. And then Green Tree is, well, yeah. Might remove Gastarbate because it's annoying. But the problem is what that the equivalent is just as bad. So like, what about a war paint? War paint fire rate's interesting. I find non-gun fire. Okay, there's two types of fire rate bonuses, and the war paint fire rate isn't as impactful on burst on charge burst fire weapons like Crow Source as the enhancement fire rate bonus. Like the burst is already quick, and it doesn't help your charge speed, doesn't a war paint fire rate. But a war paint within rage might legitimately be the play. Of course, there's two kinds of fire rate. There's two kinds of magazine size as well. Let's try the war paint play. So you got magazine size bonuses on like enhancement. Cool, that's a magazine size bonus. Also on firmwares, that's a magazine size bonus. That's the same type of magazine size. But if you take magazine size bonuses within your skill tree, such as Amon's Ordnance bonus or Vex's Phase Pocket, well, that applies to heavy weapons and underbarrels. Whereas gear mag size bonuses, your firmwares and your enhancements, do not apply to heavy weapons and underbarrels. Chroma Hollow is ridiculous. It fires so fast with it. You get like a good brewery on that, and it's like laser. Right, okay, let's try the war paint. 15-second duration with Enrage. Now, Enrage guts the healing, so I'll just go tiny. Why does it feel like we're working really hard to make Vex work? Because Vex is... I know that the spotlight is on Rafa, but I believe Vex is the weakest character in this game. And that just shows, like, when... Like, they're both struggling, obviously. But look, if you look at Rafa gun builds and their peak versus Vex gun builds and their peak, the Rafa gun builds actually peak better. And Rafa has got a lot more options as well. Vex is a little bit better at bossing, but it's not like Rafa and his infinite underbarrels and Groundbreaker is struggling. So... Yeah, and for both of them, you have to work really fucking hard in Mayhem 20. Crucible Amon weakest by far. Crucible Amon was like easy platinum for me on 20. Crucible Amon is not weak. You're living in September there. Crucible Amon is not weak. Crucible Amon's really good. Hey, Matt. Why is Keen suffering? Because it's 4% per point on dot. That by it's just... That's just shit. Green Rafa's fine. Vex's crit chance bonuses are just really bad. Unfortunately, we're not getting the most out of of bleed on this build, because bleed, this is another thing regarding Vex's game design, is bleed gets eaten by Vex's own kit. You put bleeds in, like strong bleeds in, and they immediately get overridden by weak bleeds from Spectres. Forge remain on a shit. Okay. Are we living in 2025? Crucible is good because of the Forge drone buffs. Let's update our opinions here with new information. They buffed them. They're good now. Forge drones allow you to throw infinite Crucible hammers without ever worrying about cooldown. They're goated as hell. There's some lingering waterfalls, but because using pulse nades, they're the same infrared. You get both. You get lingering pulse. You can also do fracture as well. That's a bit less radius than pulse, but a bit more damage. Forge drones are hard at work to raise your Crucible shareholder value. Exactly. They're in the mines, so you can enjoy your hammers. Let's try non-baiting. Got a special knife that applies crits. Unfortunately, the reality of Vex. I do max those out, right? That's cursed as hell, but whatever. That's what we go with. And Waterfall, yeah, Waterfall I think has the widest stat variance of any legendary grenade because it rolls like both the parts and not just like the final part. Waterfall is super varied. For what it's worth, the waterfall on Crucible Amon isn't that important. It's like a fun thing you do at the end. But like in my run, you'll see when I post it, I throw them, but they don't do much because I don't have fragmentation payload on. So I didn't have the specialization points to reach it, funnily enough. So because of that, my waterfalls just don't do much. So I don't use them as much. Harrow specs. Well, that was an idea of just Groundbreaker slot. There is... I need to sacrifice one Mortal Terror point for it. If I sacrifice one Mortal Terror and Grave Quickening, I can get it. That's a lot of lost action skill cooldown rate, so that puts us back on the triple bypass accelerator. And we can Groundsbreaker slop it up with Harrow specs. And that might help on the bosses, which is an area where we need help on. I would like to not do that. However, if it becomes a requirement... Yeah, we can sack off caffeine for it. Hey, kitty, good to see you. If you're doing well. Doesn't the Hunter have character? You can get Harrow specs on a class mod. That means sacrificing Living Weapon, which is a big stat decrease. Living Weapon is also boosting the damage of thingy. It just depends how awful it is to play without Grave Quickening. But I would rather have Living Weapon and use a cooldown rep kit than not have Living Weapon and to use a better rep kit. Will this become a video? This will be included in a video, yes. Alright, let's try this. I didn't really change much, to be honest, but the crow source is the biggest change, so let's hope that's better. I only needed 30 seconds on that run. 30 seconds is not a lot. Are the dagger throws good? No, but they can deliver Groundbreaker, so they're used for that.
Your existence has been revoked.
Centripetal.
You go, Ghoul.
I so wish there was an armor shield element in this game. No.
You had a chance. Always feels good. Wish you could control me. I also feel nothing. Nice try. Always feels good.
Automatic cross will also be a downgrade because it gains power with charge level. Oh, that's unfortunate. You just stood right on the spot. Why are there so many fish around?
Exceptional.
Bishop for cover. Problem is this cover is like giving cover to the enemies.
Always feels good. Don't be scared. Very scared. I made this for you. Unfuck.
Looks like we have some abandoned units.
I don't think this is better.
Was almost scared there for a moment.
Going to cameo in the BL2 movie. Yeah, I played the lead.
About to inflict some dread.
What kind of grapple point is that? What's that for? Well, I hope that enemy isn't a mandatory one.
Unstoppable.
Moving fast across the map? What map? It's in a corner. There's no line through that. It's a corner. Not where I was looking. How are you supposed to even get up there efficiently? Buddy, what are you doing? The fuck is Buddy doing? He's playing it on his computer. Fireworks are mobbing. I was using fireworks before, but Little Sister makes the one bursts more consistent. Try with Kill Spring. Survivability is not the problem. Like, fireworks are okay, but the problem with the fireworks and the takedown is, they just hit the roofs in most of the rooms. And Little Sister just feels better. Also, I am trying to keep menuing to a minimum, because when I get platinum, I would like both the in-game timer and a real timer to be platinum. I want the actual time to be under 18 minutes. And of course, menuing slows that one down. And this run's going to be so close that any menuing could stop that from being a thing. Do we give in to the slot? I could do it. I could give in to the groundbreaker. I don't want to. That would help with single target. Also, shock felt better because it meant, like, on a burst, I'd get stronger bleeds that would then punch through the armor bar. So I think shock is actually better. Ew. That puts me at square one again. Protean. We have no way of sustaining that. How do you propose I sustain it? The amount of incoming damage, I'll activate it, it'll immediately just get obliterated. Like, we can't kill the enemies quick enough to stop them from doing damage to us. Because our killing is slower. Enemies stay alive longer, so you get more of them in the arena and you just take loads of damage. Zero hope of sustaining a Protean. Both Gross Source will save me 10 seconds on Watchcraft. Reload speed scales slower than... handling, which is annoying. Any overkill explosions will just be so weak. Again, if compounding afflictions worked, that would be the play. I will try. See how that one goes. What am I trying to improve in the build? Anything. This is easily the most difficult platinum in this run, I think. How does the new Radix build perform? It's okay. It's not got a huge amount of damage. It's fun though. It's not like S tier or anything, but it's good.
Resistance has been revoked. Ooh, hi there. Ready to see the unseen?
Spectre's routine, which is a good build? Yeah, but Spectres won't be doing much. They're just there for like aggro relief and kill skill proccing.
You look ridiculous.
You also won't have that many points into Blue Tree with that one. Oh! Oh, this has lost me a bunch of time with that down. He immediately grappled me again right after. Hi, Brez. I hope you're doing well. Hi, hi. Why did they make buying ammo a hold instead of a press? Cash still good? It is. You might struggle on the takedown though, because it doesn't handle mass ad spawns very well, just because of the nature of cards. Attacking enemies one by one. But for everything else, it's good. You can still one-tap Subjugator with that ult spec. Gonna get that fish dead just so it's out of the way. Oh. Heirloom, yeah. 9.9 for this roll, I think.
Isn't she raging? Another face.
I need to stop being in the habit of shooting the biggest enemy first on this build. This build prefers to shoot the smaller enemies first. It's different to most builds.
Yeah.
I don't think I've looked at the timer in about 10 minutes. I've got no idea what that looks like right now. Two and a half minutes. This should be the run. I'm recording, yes.
What a killer friend.
Please, I beg. Somebody break my shield, please. Thank you. Line that up. A couple of knives. Oh, nah. That's fine. It just gives me more charges. Somebody hit me quick. Thank you. How do I take damage here safely? I don't think there is a way to take damage safely here. Well, one more bullet. Somebody hit me with one bullet. Please! Please! Oh, full shield again. Doesn't matter. Whew! Platinum! Little sister's too tanky for its own gun. Tempted to just shoot myself and get a second wind. That's probably going to be the most difficult one, I think. Incredible. Pretty decent living weapon. Why does living weapon have to have movement speed on it? What a weird passive for the class mod. Bounce past Leaper. Hollow Blue Tree. Hollow Blue Tree's coming. I need to get that set up properly. Fuck. Hollow Blue Tree is the other one I'm worried about, just because of how jank the action skill is to use. So he's got a good one, the Soup Kitchen. Yeah, it'll probably be like Ricochet spam, like with a Cormino or something, Strange Attractor, with the option to swap into whatever the fuck. Plasma File for bossing. Because my favourite part of Blue Tree is bossing, as jank as that is, and a bit band-aidy as a fix, but I do kind of like it. It's satisfying to do. Oh. Cool. So it's added specters into the mix. Why Cormino? Because it's cool as fuck, and it just kind of synergizes well with the whole projectile spam, because that with Airburst, you can just have projectiles flying around, and they've got such big radius. It's like a linebacker, but a bit more usable. Like linebacker's good as well. You're could have been arguing to get me platinum there. I wouldn't agree. I would prefer to have a passive that would help me kill things on the build that struggles killing things. Scientist Beam Tosser. You see, the whole the Ricochet idea I like because that's unique to Blue Tree. Going dots just feels bad because Green Tree dots exists. Like, it's just the same build but worse. I'd like to do a build that is more specific to the tree that I'm using, rather than just the same thing but worse. Falling Bodies Plasma File peer review should be able to plat. Is that like... Because Falling Bodies was the direction I wanted to go. Is that the Ricochet stuff, right? Using big Torg splash weapons. Is that what I'm thinking that you're referring to there? Because Plasma File is the class mod I wanted to use. I didn't know if I had to have done a class mod swap for the bossing. If I can use Plasma File throughout, then that's perfect. No, Strange Attraction. Ah, shit. Almost. Peer reviews the cooldown one. I can combine both, though. Right. I'm not going to play it. I just want to read, because I am not set up at all. Play it here. Not right now. I can't keep up with Soup Kitchen. It moves too fast, and I'm at work and stuff. But Falling Bodies. So what does Plasma File do for Falling Bodies? Peer reviews obviously stacking cooldown rates, so that's Plasma File damage. What does Falling Bodies do for... What does Plasma File do for Falling Bodies, I should say? Procs per Falling Bodies? So they just take the damage then? Because that was always a problem I had with Plasma File in mobbing. Is it never felt that good versus Plasma File in bossing. Like, is Plasmaphile just killing here? Is that what's happening? Because if that's what's happening, then I'm sold. If Plasmaphile's doing the killing, that's what I want, ultimately. I just thought the ricocheting stuff is something that I would have had to have done. It's time for most user that puts in stasis. Alright, fantastic then. Cool. I won't set that up yet. I'll come back to that later, but that's good. Here reviews a no-cap kill skill and away with a timer. Right, so duration rate minus 50%. That's really nice. Oh, it does have a 12-second duration though. But that's a lot. You can get a lot of kills in 12 seconds in a takedown. So for the purpose of falling bodies, does simply putting an enemy in stasis count as a 0-point slam for the purpose of Plasmaphile and what? You do peer review for mobbing, Wildcat for bossing. So I've been using cold storage, and cold storage feels good, but you have to manually slam, and it's a bit inconsistent. Great fun, though. If the action skill ends. So would you say take or avoid cooldown restore? Because that's a problem I always had. Is I'd want my action skill to end, but I couldn't because things like control group would keep proccing. So would I avoid this? I'm wanting my action skill to end. Obviously, cooldowns are a non-issue. Specializations would probably just end up being Groundbreaker, Gun, Hone Mind, and then... Ooh, I don't really know. Best defense, probably. Yeah, best defense. A cooldown restore. I was sorry, if I said cooldown, I meant duration restore was kind of screwing me. Having lots of duration was screwing me over. But take control group. Retrigger it 2 times in a row, sometimes rarely 3. That's funny. Okay, man. Right, so that's something that I can get lined up then for when we get round to Blue Tree Hollow. But I actually had Rafa, Amon, and a different Hollow build lined up today. Let's do Chroma. There's a splash racing and pseudo stuff. For firmwares, do you ever take splash radius firmware? Because I think I went goo for cooldown and then skillcraft for crit chance, but I suppose goo could be dropped. Right, do I be silly and use Torg Airburst, or do I be realistic and use Lucian's Flank? Also, do I use Trooper? Trooper's obviously worse, but again on the realistic to farm front. Obviously, Radiologist is best in slot. But if I recommend to make this build for somebody else, I always say farm a Trooper and farm a Lucian's flank. But funny Buri. Funny Buri is very funny. Also, I can get a bigger mag size on that Buri, so let's do that real. Alright, Viper. I can get mag size there. Literally just one mag part I was missing. It's fine. Update equipped. My enhancement has gun mag, weapon mag, yes. Why Trooper? Because it's easy to farm, right? If you wanted to go and farm a Meltdown class mod, what would you rather farm? The boss that drops like 2 or 3 every single run? Or enter the splash zone mines for hours on end just to try and find a radiologist? That's why I recommend Trooper, because it's so much easier to farm for only being a little bit worse than a perfect radiologist. And it lets you do funny grenade stuff at the same time, if that's your thing. Yeah, it's like within 10%, but infinitely easier to get a hold of. Well, I'm not using bullets to spare, which I probably should do. I'm using high cal instead. So that's a smaller optimization, but I'll only do scaled, so it's fine. Eradicate with Atlas. I did consider that. Obviously not grenades for this. But with Atlas, I did consider that. Is Meltdown really that much better than Decoherence? No, not really. It is better, but it isn't, like, astronomically so. You'll see I've got a weird split here between Decoherence and Meltdown, 3-in-1 split, instead of 4-in-0, which is what some people do. Decoherence inherits element. Meltdown is always radiation. That's the main difference. Obviously, on a neutron capture build, you're doing radiation damage, so Meltdown being the bigger number, but it's only 3% more, 5 to 8. And it requires crits, which, well, our crit chance is very high, but not 100%, I don't think, especially at the start, so they balance out to be about the same. With Meltdown having a higher peak. Pearl changes the element entirely? Yes, however, that involves using a Pearl, which lowers your DPS because you're not using the most optimal weapon for neutron capture. But if you're up against armor, you can start to consider it. However, Wombo combo is kinetic, so it still just loses to Wombo. Is this the most fun Harlow build I see? This can be considered the most fun Harlow build in your eyes. Neutron capture going to be OP with 10 more points. Let's see what 10 more points gives us. Do we get anything over here that's worth it? Not really. I mean, that's kind of funky. We get fire rate from parallel circuit into precision engineering for crit damage. That's good. But obviously we'll take 2 deco, 4 meltdown, or 1 meltdown, 5 deco. Whatever you, that's 6 points into deco and meltdown. 6 points into deco and meltdown, leaving 4 left over, which you'd probably put towards refraction, latent charge, or parallel circuit. I would never go poison sun. I wouldn't do that. Latent charge, refraction, or parallel circuit. Which isn't OP, but meltdown's better than deco. At peak, yeah. But in practice, the gap is very small. Do I have a good website to buy Borderlands 4? I don't have a link or anything for this game. I bought it on Green Man Gaming. Green Man Gaming is one of like the safe key sites. Like they don't steal cards or out. They get endorsed by Gearbox themselves, and it was cheaper for me to buy on Green Man Gaming, so you can check there if you don't want to buy on the main stores. Borderlands is a franchise that goes on sale a lot, so it's worth keeping an eye out for them. They didn't announce level 70 cap, no, but we're just assuming. Right, future? Oh, every time I said parallel circuit, I meant Bright Future. Yes. Yes. I meant the fire rate skill. Yes, whenever I spec into Blue Tree, these are just like my defaults. I just pick them both. I don't know which one does what. I just take them both. But yes, Bright Future is what I meant. I should really change, because I have the deco meltdown split. I should really change it. Let's do that, just for clarity's sake. Oh, skills? Yeah. The parallel circuit drops off a little bit because, like, oh boy, 6% gun slope, which is 9 total. I have Groundbreaker? Do I use Groundbreaker? Should I take something else? I could put on a Slippy and do CQC. Groundbreaker seems odd. I don't have enough points to go for best defense. I'm only at 92. Ugh. Yeah, I probably won't be using. Why not go into best defense? My points are too low. In order to get best defense, I would need to sack off 10 killer. Which is actually might be worth it. I lose 10 runner, 10 killer, and I can get best defense. Save editor? I don't like save editing my specialization rank. What's Slippy used for? Slippy's used for proccing CQC to get 30% fire rate. If you want to do so. Wrathful Spears work at 70. Oh my god, please. Overkill. Because entanglement. I don't have runaway reaction. Go break the ice. I hate break the ice because it's you have to spec it. You can't swap it. Useful for Gloam Cash. Well, what's fun there, Jesus Too Cool, is Gloam Cash has access to Mighty 9, which is melee damage, so you don't even need the Slippy. Hey, Gurk, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, let's do that. I wish I could just take 10 points out so I don't have to get rid of all my Daredevil. There we go, best defense. So yeah. Actually do a run. Let's actually shoot things in the face. Not so complex. How are we going to be mobbing on this build? Buddy, his buddy has not seen the brewery.
This calls for disorderly conduct. Another foot soldier. Mine is tactical part now. Both back on the move. That's a wrap. This gun went off, didn't it? This calls for disorderly conduct.
What's great about this is it gets better the more dense the enemies get. So you actually just end up doing even more damage on true mode. Because everything is like splash and ricochet. You don't actually clear that much slower on true mode. Especially if you optimize your fire rate a bit better than I have here.
Told you it was unstable. That's a wrap.
What off weapon is this? This is the brewery.
Gets a little Is that radiation gonna mess up the planet?
Unfortunately, Watchcraft's not very good because there's not a lot of enemies once it spawns. We do struggle in Watchcraft. Oh, that's not good. That's so tragic. More mill for Harlow, they said. Chroma Accelerator Harlow is the oldest build. This is just like the original. Before the game came out, the moment people laid their eyes on it, like, yep, that's gonna be strong. There's the enemies. Blue Tree Harlow. Well, if all goes to plan, Blue Tree Harlow should be easier than Blue Tree Vex. Well done so far. Green Amon, Green Rafa, Red Rafa, Green Harlow, Blue Vex. That's it. Oh, blue Amon. Blue Amon I cheated though. I didn't use Scorch, which feels wrong. Yes, this will be uploaded in video format.
Another foot soldier. Is this fight with me really fair? Maybe this will give you superpowers.
has been the easiest so far. Anybody using a Heimdall, not named Vex.
Robo-chop sighted. Maybe this will give you superpower. That's a lot of bullets. Can these bots get the clue already? They keep 'em mindless so they don't mind dying.
Crossfire Cash I find really annoying in the Takedown. There's not enough enemies.
Firing cannon!
Fuck these fish!
Another shot for another shot.
This is a bad build for Gilgathresh.
This'll feel funny.
The enemies were just staying way too spread out in that. Pure radar aim. Sniper rifle build still viable? Absolutely. Please hit a knife! Oh my god. I'm so bad. Ricochet, thank you. Nobody likes those rail liner things. Yeah, Super Soldier for the fire rate.
Another shot for another shot. You got fiery grab cannon.
With how much I use my rep kit, I should use a war paint. No, convert. So they changed how Chroma Accelerator worked. It now gets divided between pellets, so it's not very good for convergence. Convergence is better on Gloam. Active fire. I don't like my boss lane. It's funny enough that as that is. I mean, that's down to me not optimizing bullets to spare, but. Boom slang. That's a good boom slang as well, is that?
How do I take your order?
And yeah, that was a berry. Still don't understand what game isn't post that notification capture. Is it not? I thought it was. It just applied to every instance. Post ad? I'm pretty sure it says post ad. I'm pretty sure that was like the change. They made it post ad. That's why it's actually kind of better now than before, because it doesn't lag the game as much. And it gets gun damage as well on the character that can get 12,000% soup. If you slap on a bot, it just gets like fucking stupid.
You keep talking to me. You know I'm a hard.
How different is it? They're very different. They are both gun builds, but they're very different. So, Infinicrit is just about having all of like your everything skills, like infinite ammo, fully uptime, infinite amp, infinite crits, ricochet, lifesteal, with stacking bonuses. It's always there, really. Group study's never not really there. It's got an uptime of over 95%. 99%, you could probably say. And it allows you to use basically any gun. Whereas Chroma Accelerator is about doing a chunk of damage with your action skill, and then doing a burst of very high DPS with rapid fire weapons by adding a flat value to your shots. So it isn't just like a use any weapon you want, it's a use a very specific type of weapon with a neutron capture. But you only get that damage for 8 seconds. Then, within that 8 seconds, you need to work out a way to get your action skill back, so you do it again. So there's much more of an intentional gameplay loop with Chroma Accelerator, and why you want groups of enemies. So like Watchcraft is difficult if you run through too many ads and you can't group them up enough to get a high enough hit to make your neutron capture do a lot of damage. You need groups. This is also why True Mode is very good. So yeah, Chroma is a little bit more involved, but you have less diversity in what kit you can use. You're basically limited, like farming, you're basically limited to Wombo and Lucian's Flank. You can throw in like a Pearl to be a bit funny with the element conversion, or get some Torg, Vladoff double barrels as well if RNG blesses you. But your weapon diversity is much lower on this. Like, you're not going to use a Swan Song on Chroma Accelerate. I didn't really like that run. That run's slow. But also, my Watchcraft didn't go terribly, so I think I might just keep it. Like the whiskey. Yeah, 20 fire rate on Ripper. That's similar to Lucian's Flank. Ripper one of them. Yeah, that'd work. As long as you got Jacobs, otherwise it's not worth. Because Lucian's Flank, you got the extra barrel. Neutron capture. And now arc knives, cannons, crucible, heavy ordnance Aemon, heavy ordnance Harlow, neutron capture, and specters. Apophis Lance when? Apophis Lance will be a gun build. It will not be a lance build. Apophis Lance will struggle platinuming Mayhem 10 with perfect kit. Like, Joe was already hitting golds at Mayhem 7. Anyone? Where are you, bud? Alright. Bounce pad. This should be fine. Beck's fine. Beck's fine again. Do I use Kickballer, Lockjaw, both, or just go all fucking in on Kickballer? Because, like, I could drop this for a gun that does damage for, like, single target cleanup. Or I could just use a series of 3 spread launchers for single target cleanup. And just stay with Kickballer. But staying with Kickballer seems a bit, like, dangerous. Might only use it sometimes. 1 active fire, 2 high cal for damage. I prefer going 2 high cal because it opens the door to just having 1 item to slot in high cal 3. And high cal 3 is so important for some weapons. Often I'll just use both. High cal 2, 1 active fire, and then 2 left over to do other stuff with. High cal 3, active fire 1, bullets to spare 1 is a nice set. You can also throw heating up in there as well for 20% reload speed. If you want to drop high cal 2. I keep high cal 2 and just have active fire 1 as well as. Just have both. Though right now in this build I'm using high caliber 3 so I can hit multiple enemies because it's a takedown, and also that's going to double my damage in some instances with my red launcher. And then Skillcraft 2 is basically a must-have on A1. They fixed mental management Rafa, you get 4 seconds now. Wait, really? No, sure. I know it worked if you're off-host co-op split screen. I don't believe you.
Ready to unload!
I've been lied to! You playing script? If you playing split screen? No, that's still only 2 seconds, so it's still only sometimes. At least it was a quick test. Yeah, I mean... Give Lance crossfire damage? Heavens no. It says, well, if it's always said that, it doesn't work though. It's always said that. Ever since Bombastic came out, it always said 4 seconds. But it's not. Borderlands says a lot of things. It doesn't make it true. Borderlands is a prime game for things being untrue. Even their patch notes aren't true half the time. Remember when they said that they stopped you from using rep kits in a Nightmare Rift? As one of many patch note lies. Remember they said that they'd keep the timer lingering on screen for a few seconds after you beat the activity? That was just a flat out lie. Remember when they said that you could enter a Nightmare Rift on a vehicle and it was a lie? Their patch notes are lies. Right, I've not actually used this in the takedown, so this will be a bit of a learning curve because I only have 7 unlocked! Nah, what? Well, this will give us some time to practice the build then. What drones do I have? I don't have hammer drone. Why don't I have? I suppose I'm a bit skill point starved. Is escalation worth hammer drone? Probably. I don't know. Yeah, I need all them. Dropping escalation for hammer drone is very tempting. Shoot the gun? Getting launched. This is what became a 3 capture and retro build? No, this is just gun aim on. My action skill aim on save just turned into Crucible. This is the one that I said the other day you can pretend sharp bait is good on. Absolutely.
More of the timekeeper's puppets. I see the order, and I do not like it. More obstacles fall before my righteous quest. Pity I'm not thirsty. What color am I?
A little bit my Stormcutter phases their enemies. That's Red Launcher.
Unstoppable current.
Well, they fixed Kickball. They stopped the ricochets from instantly, like, from infinitely creating new ricochets. That's all they did. Didn't stop the gun itself from being completely cracked. Rolls, Jacob's Ricochet and Energy Disc.
Not doing anything from here. Got it? Lighten it up or you guys are dead. Got it? Shut up!
Why Energy Disc? Because it's good for cleanups. Hard time seeing the kickballer change. That's the DPS thingy drop. So the thing is when I shoot, I get explosions for a bit. Like they happen for a while. Without the kickballer change, they wouldn't stop. They would just keep going until everything is dead. When the hill is buried in the clouds, you cannot see how high the hill goes. If you don't want to farm a kickballer, you can just use a lockjaw. These are the two best mobbing weapons for M1. The kickballer specifically is good for the takedown, and that's because the takedown is entirely indoors. So like order bunkers, mines, and the takedown. If you're outside, the kickball is nowhere near as good because it just pings off into the atmosphere. It's like, oh, that's a bit useless. And the lockjaw's a lot better. I didn't really need Lockjaw there, so I could go a third dollar hand, but I didn't really need that either. I guess I'll keep it on. I do need to get better at using the kickball, though. And what's great about this build, by the way, is you don't need to use either of these weapons in terms of general play. This is just a very good gun aim-on build, regardless of what you're using. We just use these guns because the Takedown likes them.
You're here too.
Also, this is incorrect. That is better.
The timekeeper's servants approach.
No! My forge skills is refusing to hit anything. Hi Flutter, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well today. What's the spec? It's red-green. Try it with CQC. CQC would be very good. That's problematic. Maybe a third spread launcher is kind of necessary for that. To get that down clean. Yeah, bounce pass leaper is the best. For both, like, kickballer and... Forge skill. Please stop phasing through enemies. You have one job. You'll see him on his trash, you don't quite understand. He's like on par with Harlow.
It's so important to stay grounded. Synth incoming.
Krieg would be good in this takedown until he fought Child of Terror. Ah! There'll be enough enemies in Child of Terror. You'll be able to maintain Bloodbath, actually. And Child of Terror probably has a really cozy conference call hitbox. I take that back. My least favorite thing about Amon right now is if you try and melee, but it doesn't have a target to melee. It just, like, doesn't work. And you have to wait, like, 1.5 seconds before you can try and melee again. Never seen that room get cleared that quickly. Why Kickballer? Look at the last 30 seconds. That's why Kickballer. Just watch the last 30 seconds again. That is why we Kickball. Just eviscerate a guy? It eviscerated many guys! Roger is good, no way can do that room that fast. Nothing can do that room that fast. Maybe Heimdall and Cash, because you can shoot shots through the wall before the, through the door opens. I should probably watch that run. Assault rifle fire rate, assault rifle equip speed. If that was an order components, I'd like consider that because you could do some shot to go stuff with that. Assault rifle equip speed, 174%. I want to do shot to go. But I mean, with Amon, Amon is the best user of the Kickballer because Amon's got a skill that makes him not take damage. And Amon also has the highest upfront gun damage in the game, so... Yes, especially with Amon. How did I fix my Maurice? When I showed last week's loot? Well, it was just in the old spot. Nothing. The entire reset wasn't there yet. So if you've got 3 big encores, it's working. You just rolled the same loot again. Which happens a lot, so I feel like there's a bug there, but you can't fix that. How you Bloodsploit Terror? Yeah, I mean, the thing is relying on a Bloodsplosion on Terror is risky, given how broken Terror's hitbox is. Which is why I went the Bloodbath route. You often see you often see Lockjaw on the other characters because other characters can't use Kickballer because they die. Amon can use the Kickballer because he doesn't die. Because of a wonderful skill called Forged in Steel, Amon becomes immune to all damage. Also, yeah, let's absolutely get rid of this Lockjaw. It's useful. It's really useful, but the triple spread launches are usefuler. Go the green tree points, please. A Grim Sister build. Do something else. You can do... So, the way I use Grim Sister is with an Incarnate build, because if you try chasing down the gun build rabbit hole, you'll quickly learn that it's just simply worse than using a Teen Witch. So I use Incarnate damage, using Iron Maiden and a big shield. But the issue with that is I use the Collector with turtle parts, but that literally does not drop anymore, because Gearbox hate fun. So, in order to make Grim Sister function well, it's already an uphill battle because you have to get an item that doesn't drop anymore to get the most out of it. It wants an action skill build, right? You try doing gun, it's just worse than Witch. If you can get a 184k Pandora Memento or a 356k Collector, use Iron Maiden and Heart Piercer, you can start to make an action skill build. Running Bleed and Prismatic Ichor for Blue Tree. And it kills things. In mobbing especially, it kills things, but you struggle in boss fights because of how RNG it is. Rolling the crit, rolling the bleed. That's the direction to go with it. Okay, that just obliterated everybody in the first shot.
Snap like twigs. Ask your makers for improvement. More obstacles fall before my righteous quest.
Oh.
May you be forgiven.
Okay, that forge skill is going right between those enemies. Action skill, what are we doing? You both said immune to all damage at the same time. That's funny. Enhancement I'm using a bounce pass, leaper bounce pass.
I have known you by the season your mind where your flag. It's the kid. The timekeeper's
Was I cheating? Is the invincibility from the forge skill? Yes.
I see the order.
That is why I do not die.
More obstacles fall before I write this quest.
No! It's like around the corner.
My quest cannot be halted.
Bill looks any semi-decent gun? Yeah. I'm just using the kickballer because it's the fastest clear in the takedown, but this build is fantastic for just making random guns work. You can make the shark bait clear on UVH7 with this build. Ah shit, that's not going well. Oh no, this is bad. Okay, guess I got that. How did I do that? Miracle I'm alive. Yeah, the damned is for forge skill cooldown. Helps consistency. Rail liners, nobody likes you. This build work without the Damned? The Damned is a big part of it. Look at that, Fist of Stone Executioner. Yeah, the Damned is a big part of it. Because it allows you to detonate Force of Nature in mobbing more easily. So that just really elevates, especially when you're trying to use the bullshit weapons like Shark Bait. That really elevates it. Thankfully, you don't need to do the takedown on a high difficulty to get the damage. You can do it in UVH1 story mode if you want. Just absolute easy mode, and then just do it until you get a damned. Yeah, the damned is a big part of it. You can do general gun aim on without damned, obviously, and general gun aim on without damned is very strong. It's just a little bit more involved in playing, because what the damned is doing is it's automatically detonating your prime stacks with Force of Nature. You just have to do it manually without it, and that's Force of Nature here. Whenever you hit somebody with a gun, you get stacks. If you melee them or hit them with a forge still, or they die, they explode. The dam just automates that process. No My Touch is death? Not needed, because, well, we're killing enemies anyway. And bosses instantly die on Amon, so you don't need it. Especially in the takedown, we've got so many enemies that we're killing. It's better to have the util from Forge Drones. Also Blast Furnace, because Blast Furnace is great. What does Forge Drone do for me? They do melee damage, so they proc Fist of Stone. They allow me to spam my Forge skill, because the damage requires you using your Forge skill every 10 seconds, and the action skill itself requires you spamming Stormcutter to get the action skill duration restore. You need your Stormcutters, and the drones are hitting things proccing Fist of Stone, something we have a lot of points in. So yeah, it just gives us those bonuses. It just gives us that back quickly. And yeah, as Lime says, it's also proccing Executioner as well, but the Damned is doing that itself. This bonus increases when you deal melee damage. Also means I could definitely run... I am running C... I could run CQC. Past me was smart, and Past me is running CQC. Is there a build video for this? No, it's not my build. Sin's build, and I don't think he uploads videos. Although I might make a big dramatic change. I might move Escalation to Tempered Ice. Huge changes. Alright, 16. Invincible Ballet I'm on. I really miss my my Molten Royal build. So I had a build that went all 3 capstones, and I would spam Molten Royal off of cooldown. Like, well, off of animation, I should say. I could get Molten Royal's cooldown back before the animation of Molten Royal has finished. Which meant you just spammed it infinitely, and you really had infinite Forged in Steel uptime. So you're just going around smashing your hammer into the ground, insta-killing everything around you, and being completely immortal. The only reason I don't use it anymore is because it's pure fire damage, and most of this game is shield and armor. So it just kind of fell off, especially in boss fights. It was great for Bloom Reaper, but terrible for Subjugator and Thal. Unfortunately, there's just no support for making a Molten Slam build versus anything that's not Flash. And it's better multi-target as well. This is a shame, but that was a lot of fun. That would have been so much fun in this takedown, but it wouldn't be able to kill Terra.
Fall by my hand. More of the type. More of the Order are moving in. You will be broken.
Did I miss an enemy in that first room? I swear I got everybody. Did somebody spawn a rail liner? God, stop launching me up. I can't. What is happening? Yeah, there's an enemy all the way back there. I swear to God, if this is a rail liner. Where did you come from? I swear the minimap was clear. Did he just forget about me? A Raging Inferno. If I get a crit on the Forge Skill down detonation, yes. Nah, I feel ripped off with that.
I crave my mercy in the aftermath. More of the Order are moving in. May you be forgiven. If you
What about CQC has been active? Yeah.
I see the order, and I do not like it.
Good lord. Use the force skill. Half the time you want to use aim on force skill, it just does not want to trigger. I'm dead here, right? Throw damage. Is Ripper Factor Fire not optimal? Ripper only works for a shot. I'd have to charge Ripper every single time, and I don't have time to do that because I'm on the clock. Oh yeah, high caliber 3. Spread launcher mainly. Jacobs, yeah. What setup is this? This is kind of just standard aim on gun build right now, ever since the damned got added. Just using a kickballer. The rocket jumping I am particularly enjoying. One thing the kickballer does not like is water.
And I do not like it.
Oh my god. Please. How are you still alive? Really hope they fix Stormcutter phasing through enemies. The only thing that can change on the Hot Slugger is the value. Well, we don't use the route in time trials, not because it blinds us, but because it's banned. Being blinded in BL3 is a non-issue. In fact, it's expected. BL3 was the ultimate play-by-the-radar game. This build is not on my channel yet. It's not my build. This is Sin Factor's build. Red tree, Fist of Stone, and there is only red. Green tree, down to Escalation and Raging Inferno. Thing Executioner, get the let out ball action and whatnot. And then the gear is your weapon of choice. In this instance, a kickballer, followed by a damned class mod. And then Watts and Blind Box and Knives. Because it was blinding. Now it's banned because of balance reasons. Oh, actually, I tell a lie. It was ultimately banned because it was not accessible on PlayStation. You couldn't do the radius thing with root on PlayStation. That is the reason. It was platform specific. Which is Aimless Best Class mod. For general gunplay, Damned is fantastic. For bossing damage, Furnace. But Amon's got really good class mod diversity. You can go ham with like Shadowites, Lamplight is really good for Ordnance. The Tempest was funny, but then they nerfed Collector. Womp womp. And then of course you've got a whole host of options to use on Ordnance builds. Amon's got really good class mod diversity. Enhancement. It's a Leaper bounce pass. Magazine size isn't doing much for me here, but it's comfy. And then, you know, just shotgun damage would be best in slot right now. Splunge Clit, because the Splunge makes up for about 1% of this run, and it's one-shotting everything I pointed at anyway. Apart from that one badass witness for some reason. Whereas the blind box is boosting the other 99% of the run. Where's the rolling kick charger? You only need Jacobs. Energy disc is comfort. You only need Jacobs. Right, annoyingly, I can't do Mayhem 20 yet, right? Yeah, I hate this. 19. You know what? I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna cheat. Just Leaper. Just Leaper's fine. You will notice a difference. In terms of like general gameplay, I recommend the Lockjaw. You will notice a drop, but Leaper is fine for now. Right, I'm gonna get the world record. Mayhem 19 clear, okay? Boom, done. World record. Clip it and ship it. Whoa! Incredible! My specializations are CQC, Riddle You This, Own Mind, and Groundbreaker. Depends on your definition, one. So fast? I know. This is how powerful anyone is. Which, speaking of, Amon, I need to look at his head skin. Yeah, it goes hard. I don't think it's for this character though, for this, because I've kind of got like a Doom guy going on. Maybe that's, oh, that'd be really good for Crucible hammers. You know, he's like bloody blacksmith making, and he starts throwing his hammers at people. Percent all damage. Well, it's not just because the others are better. That's 50% gun damage. That's 30% fire rate. That's 50% damage, whereas that's 30. And 5% crit chance, which is the important bit for Raging Inferno consistency, and there's a Groundbreaker, so this just never enters the equation. Soul green, because green tree. Green tree's good. Because it double dips. So, well, the fire rate, well, yesn't. You're right, but in practice, if damned triggers, the target is dead. So going riddle you this is nice if damned doesn't trigger, because it's a bit more damage. And you also need to remember that Survivor is 20 specialization points. So not only are you sacrificing a perk to get best defense, you are also sacrificing 20% specialization points. And I'm not swimming in them. I have a fair amount, but I don't have a crazy amount. While I'm Plato with Ordnance to upkeep Onslaughter without needing to use your Forge skill, because Forge skill puts your heavy weapon away. Also just gives you gun damage. Because fire rate makes it easier to get the 3 shots in. Because if you delay your shots too long, you start getting explosions hitting after your 6 seconds has run out. So CQC helps that, and even get a 4th if I'm cheeky. Riddle You This would be the one to drop for best defense, but it only costs 10 rather than Survivor's 20. And then, well, Hone Mind is crit chance. We want that for Raging Inferno. And then there's Groundbreaker. That's a non-negotiable. So it'd have to drop 50% gun damage, a further 6 or so gun damage, whatever the 10 points in Brute is. That's 56% gun damage, and a chunk of critical hit and status. For 30 all damage. It's not as worth it. There's like 30 all damage twice, even in your double dip, just ends up being less than everything you've dropped. If I was swimming in points, I'd do it, but I'm not. Maybe it's so clunky to use, maybe sure everything else is awful. Yeah, everyone just puts them away. Do and run. Load shotgun with malicious intent. I feel like Jacob's Ricochet is just not proccing at all this run. Oh my god, a pearl? Onslaughter, please. Onslaughter is screwing me up so much. I need something to do this section. Because these guys suck so much. Is damage responsible? It's not solely responsible, but it's helping. Forge skills are helping as well.
Good call on the restock.
Also, I love how Watchdraft takes several rotations, yet Son of Terror takes one.
It is time.
It's taking me 2 attempts to launch my Forge skill every time, and I have no idea why. It's very frustrating. bullet bossing. Use anything else. This is a very versatile build in terms of weapon choice. It was good versus Watchgrath. Why did I do that? No. That bloody sniper wasting so much time. Bleed cash. Look up Rator's Gunboy cash build. Pretty sure that uses Gamer.
Victory in my hand. I will the force
Okay.
of nature and hubris.
I don't know what happened there. The kickballer has woken up, apparently. Kickballer has woken up.
I pray you find mercy in the
I'm 40 seconds ahead of last run.
If your soul you will not be freeze and perish. Thunder unbound. Bear your soul. What a wonderful day.
Kickballer has chosen violence. Oh, ah, shit. Wait for my action skill to end. I love how much it's launching me about. A lot of explosions right now, but not a lot of killing. There we go. That's very frustrating that that happened. That jump there has cost me a lot of time. I have to wait for 2 of these to come back. Of course he eats it as well. What is happening? Why was that so jank? My Stormcutter didn't have anything to Stormcut.
Doctor says when you are diagnosed. I am not an opponent with whom you would want to try.
Oh no. I recovered that, but that was awkward. I just hit an invisible wall. That lucky bastard. I went to Groundbreaker him and he spawned a witness. that hate the Groundbreaker. Cheeky. Can anyone boss without using an underbarrel? Yes. Yes, he can. What was that exactly? Was the change to Rubber Band Man? No idea. Huh? Bye-bye bitrate!
Should have put up more of a fight.
That's not good at all. That's really not good at all. What the hell? That sucks so much that happened. Oh my god, that is incredibly unlucky. That right there is why you need to unequip the damned in bossing. Jesus. That's why you need to unequip the damned in bossing. That wouldn't have happened if I wasn't using the damned. That's really frustrating. That was a great run, ruined. %% crit enhancement? No. My high cal 3, so splash weapons hit twice, dealing double damage. Oh, I'm gutted about Exponential Cascade. What, 20% crit enhancement? No, that's just 20% on-shot crit chance. No, I can't have that. That was way too shit of a terror kill. crits. Yeah, 20%. If you have 80% crit chance and you throw in Piercer, you're not going to crit 100% of the time. It's not because it's separate. It's just 20% on-shot crit chance. That's all it is. There's no there's no funkiness, no like double crits or anything weird. It's just 20% crit chance. It's separate. It's nice of Vex, who doesn't like have any to begin with, but characters who get a lot of crit chance just don't really care. What guns can you use the outside area? Anything with Jacobs? Storm Cutter! Ice Bringer Grenadier Lamplighter for Ordnance. If you're using Onslaughter for Disco Infernus, Lamplighter. Otherwise, whatever you've got the best roll on. Vibrant, it works both ways. What the fuck? What the fuck was that? I didn't do anything. Why was that so loud for 3 seconds? What happened? That was Malwin Takedown music, I think, but why? And why was it only for 3 seconds? What? What? Peak started playing? Where did that come from? I'm terrified. I genuinely don't know. As I was saying, Robin, it works both ways. You've also got an 80% chance for every single hit that a pellet does to not crit. It doesn't matter. 20% is 20%. If you have 20% on hit crit chance, 20% of your hits will be crits. If you have 20% on shot crit chance, 20% of your hits will be crits. It balances out to the same. Every crit in the enhancer procs because it's calculated on shot when you fire the thing. That's why. It's all or nothing. It's 20% chance for all or 80% chance for nothing. It works out to the same. There's nothing fancy about it. God mode activate. I'm kind of terrified. That was really fucking loud in my ears.
Timekeeper's servants have returned! Show yourself humble!
Bourbon, I don't think you're understanding how numbers works. Yes, when it procs, everything will crit. But there's also going to be 80% of the time where nothing crits, even through bounce. So it balances out. Actually hitting crits is a lot less consistent with Piercer. And with just like normal 20% crit chance. You get the same amount total, but you get longer gaps between them. That was a really jank Watchcraft fight, nowhere near as good as the other one. I'm sorry, Reverend, I really just don't understand how... I don't know how clear I can make it, and you're still just getting the opposite from it.
Did you think you could kill me with trinkets?
I'm just gonna say it one more time. If you don't get it, I'm not gonna continue answering you with the exact same sentences. If it's enhancement, it's calculated on shot. Everything that shot happens is calculated when you fire it. Every other source of crit chance is calculated every instance of damage that you deal to an enemy. It's on hit. Enhancement does it when you shoot your gun. Everything else, it does it when the projectile hits the target. There is nothing more to it than that. Overall, you get the exact same amount of crits. Only the on-shot one, you'll get them clumped together with long gaps between, whereas the on-hit one is more spread evenly throughout. For the 5th time. What's the damn give? It lets us proc Force of Nature, just like by hitting enemies with our guns. We don't have to melee them or anything. Aim on to deal its damage is very slow. Damned basically just makes it faster, because it's proccing automatically. that the enemy spawned so late. Lamplighter's better for Ordnance, because you can't really leverage damage effects with Ordnance. Kickballer, hello, where are you? There we are.
If I could only plant such power in my body! These orders may not be what I trained like.
Oh, self-damage? Amon's got a skill called Forged in Steel. When I use my Forge skill, it gives me 6 seconds of invulnerability. Good lord. Awkward. I'm getting forward skill back so fast. So the Damned class mod triggers the Pyres, and they're melee damage. So that's gonna trigger Fists of Stone, which is melee damage equals forge skill return. On top of that, I have some forge drones flying around as well. They, whenever they hit a target, do melee damage. So between those two, it gets my forge skill back really fast. That also, Stormcutter, I believe, can just kind of return its own if you just hit enough enemies. That was so delayed. Always a rail liner. Yeah, Lamplight is comfy for action skill uptime, but Damned and the Stormcutter uptime can also do it. I didn't buy ammo. Oops. That should be okay. What the hell is this guy doing here? Jesus, time waste. Why are they still spawning back here? I'm getting really greedy. I'm firing 5 shots. Much better kill. The run itself was about the same, but... I drop near. Which all the loot you got from the run will just teleport to a pile at the end. I agree. Guardian to count for the risk of kickballer. If you're letting Guardian Angel pick you up, you've already lost so much time, you may as well have just taken the death and use a Watts. Not a one life. Watts is quite important because it gives you the extra instance of damage, which is going to massively increase your returns on Fist of Stone. Like, Watts and Amon is like an inseparable pair, unless you're throwing in a Protean Cell. That's not all. It's the important stuff. You can make it sift through if you swap through UVHs, but that's a pain. Yeah, you kind of need Watts. Right, so now, updated list. Arc Knives, Cannons, Crucible, Heavy Ordnance Amon, Heavy Ordnance Harlow, which is green, Neutron Catcher Harlow, Red Amon, and Spectres. That's all of the Amons. That leaves Red Tree Vex, Green Tree Vex. I've technically done, but I'll get a different run. Red Tree Vex, Green Tree Vex, Blue Tree Rafa, Blue Tree Harlow. Not a lot. The painful ones will be learning Lance on Rafa. It's better than Cannons, but I don't play with Lance, so there's going to be that learning curve and not accidentally firing off my Lance. I'm thinking of going Instigator, and then doing some bod shenanigans. Be silly. Let's see if we can make that work. Actually, no, that would be in place of Cannons. I could do that, or I could do a current run. Either or. Blue Harlow will be a pain just because of 0 point jank, and Red Tree Vex is going to rely on Trouble. Trouble is not very good at staying alive. Rolls in the damned. A whole bunch of good skills. I forgot the full set. Mine has 5 Fist of Stone, 2 Executioner, but it rolls other good stuff as well. I don't remember what. I'll be on the line. Anyway, with that, I'm going to call it there. Tomorrow, I will probably not be live, so I'll be back on Sunday for some more runs. There'll be Rafa, I'll set up Vex, and I'll see if I can get Harlow set up. I think that's everybody, so... Until then, thank you very much for watching, have a wonderful rest of the evening, stay safe, stay awesome. I'll catch you next time, bye-bye.